up and welcome our Deputy Chief Justice and the Honorable Principal Judge with the Justices of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Judges of the High Court. My Lords, you're welcome to take your seats. Protocol, let us guide the justices and the judges on the sitting as arranged. Police band, continue giving us the melodies as their lordships take their seats. us. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Sudan. We have so many dignitaries today, and we shall be recognizing them at the opportune time. For now, we would like to ensure that everybody is comfortably seated, and we commence the program. We are now expecting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Justice and the sounding of the drum roll as he takes his seat. Shortly, the Honorable Chief Justice will be joining us. And thereafter, the Right Honorable Speaker. And by 10:20, we should be having Her Excellency, the guest of honor. Police. May I have your attention, please? The Honorable Police band, please. May I have your attention, please? The Honorable Chief Justice is already on his way, and I wish to request the Honorable the Attorney General and the bar, the registrars present, magistrates, our dear advocates, to move forward, and we receive the Honorable Chief Justice and sound the drum roll. Let us move. In a minute, he's arriving at the gate, and we should be there to receive him. The Honorable Attorney General has already moved ahead of us, so may I request that we also follow, and let us be fast, so that the Honorable Chief Justice finds us when we are ready in our lanes. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We are so delighted for your presence, and we pray the Almighty to bless you so much. Let us be fast. Let us be fast. Registrars, magistrates present, the advocates, let us be fast, because the motorcade is just right at the corner. You can hear the sound. the sirens of their arrival. Let us be fast, my dear colleagues. Thank you, thank you.
But I'm saying, stepping on the wires should be avoided. All of them, even including yours.
Cover body. Cover malap.
Yes, the Honorable Chief Justice is joining us. Let us all rise and receive the Honorable Chief Justice, escorted by the Honorable Attorney General, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Principal Judge, and the members of the bar and the bench. My Lord, you are welcome to take your seat. May be seated as we observe the other arrivals. Thank you. Police band, you may give us more sound as members settle in. So the Honorable Chief Justice and the top administration, top management receiving the Honorable the Vice President. And as she settles in, we shall all rise and receive her. Let us clear that part. Let us clear that part. My lords, our invited guests, we shall all rise and receive the guest of honor, escorted by the Honorable Chief Justice and the top management. May we all rise. Thank you. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. I will request that we remain standing and we have the national anthems led by the police band. Thank you very much. I request that you may take your seats. Your Excellency, allow me invite Reverend Tumhimbise Jasper Mpirirwe and Sheikh Sherwadra Hamidu Busungu to lead us into the joint prayers. Thank you.
Your Excellency, let me pray. Father Lord, you are a help from the ages past, and you are a hope to come. And so this morning we come before you, thanking you for the progress so far that is in this place, thanking you for the buildings, thanking you for the protection and guidance, as well as defense you have given to each men and women who work for justice in this nation. And so this morning we pray that you who is our help will be able to help us so that this year, Lord, will be a year where justice will be dispensed from each one of us. Also pray that orphans, widows, the poor, the hungry, will know that there is hope in our judicial system. And so we pray that you will be able to save and make these men and women, O Lord, know that without you, there is no truth and justice. And so we pray that instead of anxiety, we shall be able to pray and bring our petitions to you, and you, the God of peace, will be able to fill our hearts. I pray especially for the Chief Justice and the Deputy and all who work under him up to the lowest level of jurisdiction, that Lord of Lords, King of Kings, this year will be a year where people will seek you and see beyond facts that you are a God of truth and justice, and that your throne flows with righteousness. And so I pray that righteousness will flow through our lives to those people who come before us. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, Vice President, Chief Justice, Protocol Observer, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name, Sheikh Hamidu Sherwadra, representing His Eminence, the Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the world, the extremely merciful, the special merciful, sovereign of the day of judgment. It is you we worship, and you we ask you for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, and not of those who have evoked your anger, or of those who are astray. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Malik Yawmiddin, إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب إلينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما وصل اللهم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, our religious leaders. Your Excellency, the Honorable Chief Justice, and all protocol observed. At this moment, allow me to invite the Honorable, the Chief Registrar, the Program Manager, to take us further. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Your Excellency, the Vice President, you're most welcome. I'm Sarah Langasiu, the Chief Registrar and the Director of this program. Your Excellency, you will allow me first lay the protocol that will guide all our speakers this morning, and then I'll proceed to make a few highlights of this program. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice of South Sudan, Your Excellency, the Vice President Emeritus, who is with us, my Lords, the Chief Justices Emeritus, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the learned Attorney General, my Lord, the Honorable the Principal Judge, my Lord, the Honorable the Principal Judge Emeritus, my Lords, the Justices and Judges, both serving and retired, who are present, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, the Honorable Members of Parliament, the representatives of the religious leaders who have already prayed for us this morning, the chairpersons of constitutional commissions who have graced this occasion, the heads of the justice law and sector institutions, and I make recognition of the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions and the Inspectorate of Government, the permanent secretaries present, the representative of the Inspector General of Police, as well as the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, the President of Uganda Law Society, the Senior Counsel who have graced this occasion, and all the distinguished members of the bar, Your Worships, the registrars and magistrates, the judiciary senior administrators, and all other invited guests in your distinguished capacities, members of the Fourth Estate, our virtual audience, ladies and gentlemen. You are all most welcome to the new law year 2024. Your Excellency, this was meant to be a dual event, which was to mark the opening of the new law year and the commissioning of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal buildings. However, Your Excellency, as you're aware, there's been some changes which the Honorable Chief Justice will ably communicate in his remarks concerning the second leg of the program that relates to the commissioning. Your Excellency, we have not a very long program for this event. After this, we are going to go into the remarks. We have already had the first part of our program where we have had the arrivals. Your Excellency, we have had the prayers. And after this, we will be having remarks by the President of the Uganda Law Society. The learned Attorney General as well will speak. We will also have the remarks of the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Your Excellency, thereafter we'll progress to have the address by the Honorable the Chief Justice. And then, Your Excellency, you will address the gathering. The last part for today will be a sherry party. Your Excellency, as has been the practice and tradition, the Honorable Chief Justice has prepared a meal for all of us, and we are all invited to partake of the same. Your Excellency, I will be time and again introducing the dignitaries who have graced this occasion, and I'll do the first part before we proceed with the same. in the course of the speeches that are going to be made. Your Excellency, right on your right side, we have the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Justice Alphonse Chigamoy Owindolo with us. My Lord Chief Justice, you're most welcome. We also have the Honorable the Chief Justice of South Sudan, the Honorable Justice Chan Rech Madut. You're most welcome, my Lord. Your Excellency, we also have the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice just after the Chief Justice of Sudan, the Honorable Justice Richard Butera. My Lord, you're most welcome. And Your Excellency, just after the Chief Justice of Uganda, we have the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao. You are very most welcome. Your Excellency, with us also we have the Vice President Emeritus, the Honorable Edward Sekandi. He is with us. You're very, very most welcome. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you. And next we have the Emeritus in the leadership of the judiciary. First, allow me with honor to introduce the Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus Samuel Wako-Wambuzi. My Lord, it's a joy to see you very refreshed and refired, as I've been advised that these days we call retired officers refired. Honestly, you are refired. Your Excellency, we also have Chief Justice Emeritus, whom I also introduce with honor, Bat Magunda Katurebe. My Lord, you're very, very most welcome, equally looking very refired. Next, we have the Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus, whom again I also introduce with honor, the Honorable Benjamin Joseph Odoki. My Lord, you're most welcome, and surely you are very refired. Your Excellency, we have Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, Emeritus Stephen Kavuma, whom I introduce with honor. My Lord, you're most welcome. And Your Excellency has been with us for the entire week of the conference and even here. We do appreciate that, my Lord. Thank you, and thank you very much. I also introduce my Lord, PJ Emeritus, Dr. Yorokam Bamwine. My Lord, you're very most welcome. He has equally been with us the entire week. And now I come to the upper side. My Lord, Your Excellency, I introduce with honor the Principal Judge, the Honorable Dr. Justice Zeija. My Lord, you're most welcome. Learned Attorney General, you will forgive me for breach of protocol, but something is blocking me here. I introduce the Learned Attorney General, the Honorable Kiriowa Kiwanuka. You're very, very most welcome. We are really happy to have you here. And I introduce the Vice Chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, who wears two hats. She's a Justice of the Supreme Court, but also the Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Lady Justice Faith Monda. My Lord, you're very, very most welcome. Allow me to introduce all the justices and the judges of the courts of judicature. My lords, I request that you wave for Her Excellency to see where you are. Your Excellency, those are their lordships, the justices and judges of the courts of judicature. Your Excellency, we also have with us the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Judiciary, that is Dr. Pius Bigirimana. Thank you so much, Dr. Pius. Allow me to run straight to the next row behind, and we have the Honorable, the DPP, the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. You are very welcome, my Lord. Next to her is the Deputy Inspector General of Government, Dr. Patricia Ochan Akiria. You're most welcome. We also have the President of the Uganda Law Society, Mr. Bernard Owundo, who will be speaking very shortly. Your Excellency, I will be coming back to make more introductions of more of our distinguished guests that we have. But now allow me to invite the President of the Law Society to come and make his remarks. Mr. Owundo, you're most welcome.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Honorable Justice, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Sudan, my Lord, the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Land Attorney General, the Honorable the Principal Judge. You will allow me stand on the protocol, the rest of the protocol that has been laid down by the Chief Registrar. Your Excellency, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Law Society to thank the Almighty for the gift of life that He has given us, and I would like to wish everyone here present and online a happy and prosperous year 2024. Your Excellency, I also bring warm greetings from the Uganda Law Society, and I also take this opportunity to congratulate the government on hosting a successful non-aligned movement and G77 conference. I also congratulate the judiciary and Your Excellency upon the completion of the construction of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal buildings. On behalf of the Uganda Law Society and members of the bar, I also wish to congratulate the following judges designate of the Supreme Court that have been appointed. Lady Justice Catherine Bamugereire, Lady Justice and Lady Justice Monica Mugenyi. We also congratulate the following judges designate of the Court of Appeal: Justice Margaret Tibulia, Justice Moses Kazibwe, and Justice Dr. Asa Mugenyi. Your Excellency, I cannot forget to congratulate, on behalf of the Uganda Law Society, the Honorable Justice Julia Sebutinde also for having been elected to serve as the Vice President of the International Court of Justice. Your Excellency, the judiciary has been celebrating, the judiciary has held a conference on people-centered approach to justice, which approach basically shifts the primary focus from the justice providers to justice seekers. According to that principle, it means that we must include and put people and their justice needs at the center of justice systems. It also means that we should resolve justice problems. We should improve the quality of people's justice journeys, use justice for prevention, and provide people with means to access to services and opportunities. Your Excellency, as you may know, as lawyers, we stand between the judiciary and the public. And therefore, for us, on this new law year, it is important for us to reflect on our justice system and how we serve that justice system. There have, of course, been commendable achievements, Your Excellency. The justice system has focused on building the institution of the judiciary, and we must commend the government for supporting the judiciary. Today, Your Excellency, the Ugandan judiciary is composed of 102 justices and judges, 78 registrars, and 472 magistrates, totaling to about 652 judicial officers. We have also had high new court circuits that have been created, bringing the total number of high court circuits to 38. This is commendable, and as people who serve the justice system, we applaud the government and the top leadership of the judiciary for bringing services closer to the people. Your Excellency, while these are commendable achievements, they require an enabling environment to meet the objectives of delivering a people-centered justice, which focuses on the needs of justice seekers. All efforts should be focused on creating an enabling practice environment that promotes the rule of law and independence of the judiciary. Your Excellency, in our view, there are a couple of points that we need to highlight so that we create that enabling practice environment that promotes the rule of law and independence of the judiciary. Your Excellency, first, a robust bar-bench relationship that fosters an environment that allows the bar to speak out on matters related to rule of law and administration of justice in this country. Lawyers play a key role as intermediaries between the justice system and the justice seekers. Their contribution is essential for justice seekers to make justice work for people in everyday life and ensure that their fundamental rights are respected. My Lord, as Uganda Law Society today, we have 2 orders from courts that may have implications on the right to assembly and freedom of association, with far-reaching implications on the mandate of the Uganda Law Society. We will lead by example. We will defend these matters in the courts of law and will not even attempt to boycott this function. Your Excellency, as you know, we're supposed to have boycotted this function, but I think the judiciary went a step ahead of us and invited a few people. And therefore, they beat us to the game. That is on a light note. My Lord, a constitutional bench of Supreme Court of 7 justices in 1975, speaking through Justice Krishna, in a concurring judgment declared that the bar is not a private guild like that of barbers, butchers, and candlestick makers, but by bold contrast, a public institution committed to public justice and pro bono service. The central function that the legal profession must perform is nothing less than the administration of justice. Your Excellency and my Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, if we are to fail in not doing this, posterity will not forgive us, and history will condemn us. That said, Your Excellency, it is our duty as the bar that even as we criticize, we must do so fairly, and for there to be a people-centered approach to justice, my Lord, we will focus this year's Uganda Law Society to strengthen our bar bench forums that should be able to meet on a biannual basis and deal with the challenges we face in the administration of justice. My Lord, we can also not have a people-centered approach to justice if court orders are not respected when they are issued. We cannot have a people-centered approach to justice if resident district commissioners and other entities outside the court system have become appellant courts and have now taken it upon themselves to audit court judgments. These acts compromise the integrity of the court system and the administration of justice as a whole. Your Excellency, today, for my members, it's very difficult to execute court judgments. We ask that there is a commitment that court orders will be respected, and all entities outside the court system should ensure that when they receive a court order, their only obligation is to respect it. Secondly, Your Excellency, there can be no meaningful people-centered approach to justice if justice seekers don't believe that courts can adjudicate cases impartially and without external pressure. Justice and institutional independence of the judiciary is the foundation of our judicial system. A justice seeker must have full confidence that he will have a fair opportunity to state his case to a fair-minded judge, and that judge will not be receiving phone calls or letters from anyone directing how a case should be judged. This principle is well articulated in Article 128(1) and 2 of the Constitution and prohibits any person or authority from interfering with the courts or judicial officers in the exercise of their judicial functions. Your Excellency, in a recent letter dated 7th December 2023, the President wrote to the Chief Justice giving instructions on a case in the Court of Appeal. While Your Excellency, we agree that the President has and is within his power to disagree with the court decision, we appeal that for the purposes of the independence of the judiciary, there shouldn't be any sort of direction from the fountain of honor, His Excellency the President. These letters and interferences erode public confidence in the judiciary, and therefore we call all actors, all arms of government, and all citizens to respect judicial independence. There can also be no meaningful people-centered approach to justice without judicial accountability. The judiciary's focus on building a performance appraisal system must be applauded. And my Lord, I want to take the opportunity on behalf of the Uganda Law Society to thank you and your efforts at building an appraisal system that will ensure that judges are also accountable. Our only appeal is that this system should also be developed and provision be made for appraisals from the bar too. This will help in appraising the performance of the judiciary and will create a mechanism through which we can interact with the judiciary. Finally, Your Excellency, the rule of law and protection of fundamental human rights is also key in fostering an environment that enhances people-centered approach to justice. As Uganda Law Society, our mandate is to advocate for the rule of law in this country as a statutory obligation, and therefore anything that impacts on human rights is one of our responsibilities. As we start the new year, we appeal to you that these cases of missing persons and illegal arrests must be investigated comprehensively and those responsible be held accountable. It is important that we have finality to the issues of missing persons and illegal arrests. And as I conclude, Your Excellency, as a bar, we also have a corresponding obligation. Our corresponding obligation is that we will act professionally and ethically. And as Uganda Law Society, we are committed to ensuring that our members act professionally and ethically. There have been a lot of complaints from the public on the ethical profession of lawyers, and we are taking it up as Uganda Law Society, working together with the Uganda Law Council to ensure that our members act professionally. I have an interesting case of where a claimant was paid about Uganda shillings 6 billion, and one of our members paid the claimant only 400 million. So you can imagine the level, and it's our obligation as Uganda Law Society to ensure that our members act professionally and ethically. On behalf of the Uganda Law Society, I take this opportunity to once again congratulate the judiciary on opening another year, and I extend warm wishes to Your Excellency, the Honorable Chief Justice, all members of the judiciary, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecution, all dignitaries present here, and members of the bar, good health, strength, and fortitude in the year ahead for God and my country.
Thank you so much, President of the Law Society. Let us appreciate him once again. Your Excellency, that was our first remarks, and allow me make a few recognitions again. And again, I will come back to make more as we continue. We have honorable members of parliament who have graced this occasion, and we have the Honorable Yusuf Mutembule. Honorable, you're very most welcome, and we thank you for your support. Together with your other colleagues, the Honorable Fox Odoi, Ojuelo, you're most welcome, Honorable. We also have Honorable Oseku Richard Oriebo. Honorable, you're most welcome. And we also have Honorable Bako Mugabi. You're very welcome. Those of us from the judiciary would give them a bigger hand clap, because when we go before them with the PS, they've treated us a bit fairly, that side. So we appreciate. Thank you so much. We have the Administrator General, Mr. Charles Kasibayo, with us. You're very most welcome. Thank you for coming. The Judicial Service Commission, we have members from there, Mr. Johnson Vitaraveho. You're very most welcome. And we also have representing the Secretary from the JSC, Ms. Jane Margaret Akurut. You're very, very welcome. We also have the Solicitor General with us, who is also a member of the Judiciary Council, Mr. Francis Atoke. You're very, very most welcome. Together with Mr. Nsubuga Samuel, who is also a member of the Judiciary Council. We also have representing the service chiefs, we have representing the IGP is Assistant Inspector General of Police, Mr. Erasmus Twarukwa. Have I failed on that one? Okay, special coaching, someone will teach me that one. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, we also have Mr. Akena Samuel is a Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons and is representing the Commissioner General of Prisons. We have from LDC, the Director of LDC, Mr. Frank Othembi. You're very most welcome. Thank you so much. We also have the Registrar General of URSB, that is Ms. Mercy Keinobwisho, my own classmate. You're welcome. We have the Chairperson PPDA Tribunal, Mr. Francis Gimara, Senior Counsel. You're very welcome. And also representing the Chairperson of the Leadership Code Tribunal is the Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Asuman Mugenyi. You're very, very welcome. I saw you. Yes, thank you so much. Sorry? Chiyinji, someone is misleading me, Your Excellency. I do apologize. Honorable Asuman Chiyinji. I'm sorry about that. I beg your pardon. The Chair of Insurance Appeals Tribunal is also here with us, Ms. Rita Namachika. That's again also my classmate. Let me boast a bit about them. I will be telling you others who are also here. Your Excellency, let me go a bit to our development partners. And again, if I fail on this pronunciation, you will spare me on this one. Your Excellency, we have the incoming resident representative of UNDP, Ms. Kwana Kolem Ved Obaha. I think I got it right. You're most welcome. We also have Her Excellency Susan Gogi Namondo, the UN Resident Coordinator. You're very most welcome. And also from UNDP, again, we have Ms. Sheila Ngasha and Annette Pabulunji Wakabi. Those have been supporting us. You're very most welcome. The Country Director of IDLO is here, Ms. Barbara Kiley, also very, very key stakeholder here and been supporting us on a couple of projects, sorry. We have Her Excellency now. We have been used to calling her Dr. Katia, but she's Her Excellency Katia, the head of office of the Austrian Development Corporation. Dr. Katia, you're very, very welcome. Your Excellency, for as long as I've been in the judiciary, I've known Dr. Katia for supporting us so many things. If you talk about reforms like small claims procedure, she was very key in it. So Dr. Katia, now Her Excellency, congratulations. We also have Your Excellency, Ms. Beatrice Mulindwa, who is representing the country representative for UN Women. Ms. Mulindwa, you're most welcome. And we also have the head of office of the UNODC, Ms. Sharon Nyambe. Thank you so much. You're very most welcome. Your Excellency, allow me to proceed again to the next part of the program, and I'll return to make more recognitions. We'll now hear from the learned Attorney General. Honorable, you're most welcome to make your remarks.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Vice President Emeritus, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Brotherly Nation of South Sudan, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Chief Justices Emeritus and Deputy Chief Justices Emeritus, Cabinet colleagues present, Principal Judge and Principal Judge Emeritus, Honorable Judges, Justices and Judges of the Courts of Judicature, Members of Parliament present, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, religious leaders present, Chairpersons of the Constitutional Commissions, particularly the Judicial Service Commission, Heads of other institutions, jealous institutions, DPP, IGG. I also noted that the Chairperson of the Uganda Law Reform Commission is also with us. Permanent Secretary is present, the Chief Registrar, Inspector General of Police, Inspector General of Prisons, Your Worship, the Registrars and Magistrates, the Solicitor General, the President of Uganda Law Society, your executive members present, senior counsels present, members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen, both present and virtual. Your Excellency, as the head of the bar, I congratulate all stakeholders involved in the administration of justice upon successfully completing the law year 2023. I have the pleasure to warmly welcome you into the new year 2024. I also sincerely congratulate all those who have been designated new positions in the judiciary in the service of our country and mankind at large. We congratulate you and wish you the very best. Your Excellency, the presence of the three arms of the state at this function shows how far our democracy has developed. Previously, the opening of the new law year was a function of the judiciary and the law society. That was there, it was our affair, judiciary and law society. But has since become a national function that involves all the three arms of the state, ready to plan the administration of justice together. I congratulate my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, and specifically thank you for successfully and consistently bringing us together to deliberate on this important cause. The three arms of government owe it to the citizens of this country to work together to realize the aspirations of the country as expressed in our Constitution, the Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan 3. Working together must never mean or lead to an interference in each other's functions. That said, it is important that as we plan for the country together, we cooperate with one another to ensure that no branch of government is disadvantaged in its operations. Whatever we do must be done for the benefit of the country as a whole, and we must support each other to achieve these goals. As vital players in the administration of justice, we the lawyers take cognizance of our pivotal role in making justice accessible to the people of the country. Inaccessible justice services compel justice seekers to look for alternative modes of settling their dispute. Justice in its truest form can only be realized when the victims of wrongs are able to have their grievances pacified by the various justice actors in line with the due process and the rule of law. It is arguably true that when quality justice is easily accessible, there is better regard and respect for the rule of law and respect for human rights. We, the lawyers, are guardians of the rule of law. The rule of law encompasses adherence to the principles of supremacy of the law, equality before the law, accountability to the law, fairness in the application of the law, separation of powers, participation in decision-making, legal certainty, avoidance of arbitrariness, and procedural and legal transparency. These aim at protecting the individuals, especially in their relations with the state. By professionally defending our clients' rights and freedoms, the rule of law is echoed and inevitably strengthened. In the last couple of months, weeks, we have had very unfortunate incidents. As the head of the bar, I was appalled by the decision of a section of the Law Society to discuss or in fact discipline a judicial officer in the conduct of their judicial function. That must stop. If one is aggrieved by a decision of a judicial officer, your place is before the courts, whether you agree with it or not. What were we going to do? Summon the judicial officer before us? That is wrong. We must know how far we must go and at which fora to address our grievances. Again, we have had a lot of excitement about a communication between the President and the Chief Justice. Law Society sitting to discuss. Discuss what? This is a communication between one arm of the state with the other arm of the state. I told you when I was beginning this speech that we must work together to achieve the ends for the people of Uganda. If the Law Society has the legal mandate, as so we say, to communicate our grievances to the judiciary, why then doesn't the executive have the right to communicate its grievances to the executive? Let us know how far we must go. Lawyers are also intermediaries between the public and the courts. Lawyers' proximity to the courts and their understanding of the functioning of courts enables them to assist the maintenance of public confidence in courts. It's therefore incumbent upon advocates to dutifully beyond their clients to the courts, to do this dutifully beyond their clients to the courts and the country and our motherland. For the bar bench to work, there must be mutual respect from the two institutions. My office, together with the Law Society, share an important role in advancing and actualizing the notion that there must be no justification for the rule of law to be trampled upon. I urge all members of that take their role in this seriously, advocating for the cause of justice. I take particular note of the various issues that have been raised by the membership of the Uganda Law Society at the different fora regarding the impropriety in the administration of justice and the disrespect for the rule of law. Issues that directly concern the judiciary beyond delayed resolution of disputes and case backlog, decisions and awards that are not in tandem with common legal practices, including the principles of stare decisis, among others. We continue to advocate for relative uniformity in court decisions, awards and sentences, and timely disposal of cases and delivery of judgments. To defend the rule of law, we must comply with the rules that are set. We also have concerns outside the judiciary, which include occasional failure to respect court decisions, obnoxious noises through social media platforms, and an increasing breakdown in the observance of the sanctity of the courts and legal processes. There is no need for a person aggrieved by a court decision, more so a lawyer, to call a press conference, a press briefing, lashing out at a judicial officer, when one has the right to appeal to him or her. There is no reason why they should disobey a court order issued against you or refuse to obey it. There are no, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, there are no entities outside the court system, as I continuously hear. Laws are written by Parliament, laws are interpreted by the courts, laws are executed by the executive. There is no way you can achieve the ends of justice if those three arms of government do not work together to achieve that. So we must always be mindful that the executive, for example, when a constitutional decision is made and they find that a particular decision is unconstitutional, we go to Parliament for the Parliament to amend it, to get it repealed. And as you will notice, we are going to be releasing our new reports. We have done that. The decisions of the Constitutional Court are implemented by the Parliament through legislation. Now, if we don't want the Parliament to work with the judiciary, how will that be done? We must always remember that we must work together to be able to achieve the ends of justice. I take this opportunity to applaud the judiciary for progressively taking seriously our positive criticism and working tirelessly to create change for better. This has been noted in the latest legal reforms, administrative adjustments, and infrastructure developments, among others. I will not repeat what my brother, the president of Uganda Law Society, has said. The judiciary has gone a long way to make justice accessible by decentralizing the courts and taking them to far-long places. We congratulate you and applaud you, judiciary. I especially applaud the top management of the judiciary and the government of Uganda for finally giving the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal a place to call home. We thank you, Your Excellency, for this enormous investment, and I congratulate you, the Honorable the Chief Justice, for this historic acquisition. Like Oliver Twist, we ask for more so that all the courts of judicature get out of any rented premises and they go to places they call home. Allow me also to applaud the Judicial Service Commission and the judiciary for the progress made thus far in recruiting and deploying more judicial officers, operationalizing more courts across the country, and deploying professional officers in almost every constituency. There is imminent need to commensurate measures to oversee the discipline of this enormous force and to ensure quality of services and high output. Your Excellency, as the courts expand, my office and the office of the DPP becomes overstretched. So as we expand the judiciary, we must work tirelessly as the executive to expand the reach of both the Attorney General's chambers for civil cases and the DPP's office for the criminal cases. I urge members of the bar to exercise integrity beyond reproach while executing their duties. Let us refrain from acts that bring the integrity of judicial officers into disrepute. I always say this, Your Excellency, because the judicial officers are not out there to defend themselves. So whatever statement you make about them, the only person who can possibly come out is the Attorney General, who is also a member of the Law Society and a member of the legal fraternity. I always encourage my colleagues, let us find the correct fora to raise the complaints. I'm not saying don't raise the complaints. Let us find the correct fora where to raise these. Professional ethics must be held at all times. This is not only towards the court of law and judicial officers, but the entire public that we serve. My brother, the president, has mentioned one case. Your Excellency, we have more, and we need to do something. Myself and the Minister of Justice are scratching our heads on how to deal with this problem of integrity in the judicial profession, but we'll be coming to the executive very soon with some of our proposals on how to deal with this problem as we address this cancer that is growing in our space, which we must deal with. As lawyers, we ought to be professional but execute ethics above reproach. The number of complaints filed before the disciplinary committee of the Law Council is unfortunately overwhelming. We must work together and deliberate to reduce this disastrous trend. We are addressing the issue of inspection of chambers and issuance of CLE certificates to facilitate the quick and fast renewal of practicing certificates. Colleagues, we sincerely apologize for the delay, but we are working tirelessly to ensure that this is sorted out at the earliest. As I conclude, Your Excellency and the Honorable the Chief Justice and Honorable members present here, no volume of legislation by Parliament or Rules Committee can ever effectively control the moral framework of society in its entirety. The social fiber that we each groom and control right from our families bears greatly on the ills we see in our society. Ultimately, it is the people and not the statutes that make things happen. Likewise, if the justice system is not transformed, we must feed it to be transformed. We must feed it with progressive minds, character, and action. Your Excellency and the Honorable the Chief Justice, the judicial officers you see here start from the society, from the Uganda Law Society. So if we get the problems that we are getting in the Uganda Law Society today, that is all we can send up to the bench. So members of Uganda Law Society, let us work on this. I therefore call upon all of us in our diverse callings, as parents, teachers, civil society, opinion leaders, political leaders, religious leaders, and so on, to take the issue of morality very seriously and to address it at every opportunity. In closing, I'll end with a quote by Martin Luther King. Human progress is neither automatic nor inevitable. Every step towards the goal requires sacrifice, suffering, and struggle, the tireless action, exertions, and passionate concern of dedicated individuals. In this country, the cries for administration of justice have been loud and clear. Let us all sitting here today and everyone else listening virtually be counted as concerned and dedicated individuals who will tirelessly exert ourselves in our spaces of influence to change the landscape of justice in this country for the better. I wish you all a very prosperous 2024 and a wonderful new lawyer. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Learned Attorney General. Let's add him another round of applause. He has spoken to all of us in different ways. As the Bible says, he who has ears, let him hear. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, a few other recognitions, please, and then we'll proceed again. We have Senior Counsel, beginning with Ms. Fiona Wall. You're very welcome. The cameras, you can focus on the people we are introducing so that they are seen. Ms. Fiona Wall, we hadn't seen you. Please stand up and we see you. She's my classmate as well, so, you know. Next, we have Mr. James Mukasa Sebugenyi. He's also a Senior Counsel. Thank you so much for coming. And we have Mr. Simon Peter Chinobe. Your Excellency, that's also my classmate. Camera, please. Let him be seen. Thank you. And we also have Senior Counsel, John Mary Mugisha. Thank you so much. He's lectured many of us. And yesterday we had him at the conference. We have former Attorney General, Mr. Mwesige Rukutana. I saw him somewhere. Deputy. Thank you so much. The principal of the School of Law Makerere is here, Dr. Ronald Naluwairo. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming. We have the Deputy DPP. Yes, Deputy DPP, Lillian Biansi. William, sorry. Mr. William Biansi, I beg your pardon. Where is the camera for us to see Mr. William? You're most welcome. We have the chairperson of the Law Reform Commission, Dr. Pamela Tibahikira. She was with us also at the conference and presented a very, very interesting paper. Thank you so much for being here with us. Your Excellency, we also have from Governance and Security Program, Ms. Rachel Odoi Musoke. She's the Senior Technical Advisor. You're most welcome. She came together with her deputy, Mr. Canon Sam Wairagala. He's also the Deputy Technical Advisor, Governance, Peace and Security. The Secretary of the Law Council is with us, Ms. Margaret Nabakoza. You're very welcome. The Director of LASPNet, that's Legal Aid, Dr. Sylvia Namviru, Executive Director, is also here with us. You're very, very welcome. The country representative of UNHCR is here, Mr. Matthew St. Cressil. Yes, you're very welcome with us. We also have the Chief of Mission, Mr. Sanusi Sawaya. I don't know if that's the right spelling or pronunciation, but you're very most welcome, and apologies if the pronunciation is not correct. From IGM, we also have Kimathi, the country manager of IGM. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Your Excellency, as I bring the recognitions to a close, I request all the registrars and magistrates, your worships, please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for being here in big numbers. And also we have members of the bar and also other prosecutors from the different prosecution agencies like DPP, URA, Wildlife Authority. I also request you to stand, please. Members of the bar and the different prosecutors, thank you so much for being here. The senior administrators of the judiciary are here. I also request them to stand for recognition. And we also have His Excellency Ambassador Professor Dr. Oboth Okumu. I think he was the first here this morning. Saw him very early. You're very, very welcome. Your Excellency, we will have a 1-minute tune by the police band, and thereafter we'll proceed to hear from the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who will in turn invite the Honorable Chief Justice to address us. Police band, 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much, police band. Thank you, police band. You can close it. Thank you, police band. I was going to get worried whether this was another disobedience of something, but thank you very much for for that tune. Your Excellency, just 2 final intro recognitions. We also have Senior Counsel Moses Adrico. You're very, very welcome. And also we have the head EU delegation to Uganda. That is the spelling is difficult here. Your Excellency, you'll forgive me, but I have Chatain, the head EU delegation to Uganda. My apologies. You're very, very most welcome. I hope I got that right. So we are going to listen in from the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao. And as it comes, just to inform you, in case you have a medical issue, we have St. John's ambulance available. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice of Uganda, and your colleague from South Sudan, and your predecessors in office, my Lord the Deputy Chief Justice, and your predecessor. Let me stand on the established protocol. Thank you, Chief Registrar. You were having a problem with a certain name. The representative of the Inspector General of Police is Twaruhukwa Erasmus. During lunch, I'll tell you the meaning of the name. By the way, we all have problems at one point or another. I want to thank the judiciary for hosting this gathering. It's really a family gathering, and I don't think anything should be a point of dissension. Your Excellency, the Vice President, you are representing the head of the family called Uganda. It is up to you to report that some members of the family are not happy about one thing or another. And it's up to him to decide what to do. Because if you're head of a family, obviously you are at peace if everybody is as happy as possible. So, Mr. President of the Uganda Law Society, we take what you have said as homework, really. I don't think any of us is going to take time to respond point by point to your lamentations. They are obviously well-intentioned. So I'm sure our guest of honor will transmit that voltage live without insulating the head of the family from the currents. I wish to congratulate you, my Lord the Chief Justice, for starting off this week with reflection. To me, this is just a celebration. This is really a culmination of what you have been doing all through this week. Your theme was a people-centered justice system. Of course, we are called the Republic of Uganda because we are not a monarchy. It's the people who are sovereign. So if you look at our country as a solar system, you then have the people at the center. They are the sun. And then the other branches of government are the planets. They all have their orbits. But like the Attorney General said, those branches of government are not disjoint sets because they are part of a system. That's why we call it a solar system. Therefore, sometimes there is tension. What matters is that whatever tension is there should not be unhealthy as to destroy the system altogether, because then there will be nothing left. Therefore, celebrating this occasion after the 25th Annual Judges Conference is most appropriate. It's also not lost to me that we are in the shadows of two new towering structures that now rumor has will be opened at a later date, giving us yet another excuse to come and have fun at your pleasure, my Lord the Chief Justice. These towers I understand, have become a great source of embarrassment to government agencies that have building sites that have been covered with iron sheets for years and years. Government officials go and cut tape to do what they call groundbreaking. And that is all that happens. The ground is broken and nothing happens. Basically like planting sterile seeds. So this is a big challenge to the rest of government, that is actually possible to start a project as ambitious as this one is and finish it. And also to use minimum resources. I understand these two towers have cost just about 105 billion shillings, and they are furnished. I had the pleasure of accompanying His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to walk around it, and I marveled. I was whispering to the Attorney General that now we are under pressure to finish ours, the jailers' houses in Naguru. So, my Lord, you are really putting pressure on the rest of the government. I want to thank the Secretary of the Judiciary, my friend Dr. Pius Bigirimana, for his transformational leadership. This definitely is a remarkable achievement. Maybe other PSs can learn from you. Of course, Mr. Bigirimana needs to go for courses in diplomacy. But maybe it helps not to be too obsessed with being diplomatic. He is the quinini without the sugar coating. But I know that he's result-oriented, and I thank you, together with the team you work with. Of course, under the guidance of the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and the entire team. I think the workspace hygiene of the judiciary has improved thanks to the leadership of the Chief Justice and the team you work with. There are many workplaces that are so toxic, nothing gets done. So we can come and pick some notes. It doesn't mean the judiciary does not have problems. You obviously have problems. So as we celebrate today, naturally, like all ministers, you are given a file with a speech. So I looked at my speech a few days ago, and I thought, this is not what I want to say. I asked myself, what is the meaning of the new law year, really, in the real sense of the word? Then my mind went back to the lunch we had on the day the 25th Annual Judges Conference was opened. At the table, we had you, my Lord, and His Lordship, the Principal Judge, and a few other people. And we were talking about how our African culture is portrayed in African literature. We talked specifically about Things Fall Apart of Chinua Achebe. For those who have read his works, you must recall an event known as the New Yam Festival. The New Yam Festival is always held at the conclusion of a harvest and the beginning of the next work cycle. The celebration is intended to tie every individual member of the Igbo community together and to focus them so that they never forget that they are really an agrarian society dependent on yam. In this gathering, our celebration is similar to the New Yam Festival, and in this case, our yam is the rule of law. That's what brings all of us together, whether we are from the police, the prisons, the military, judiciary, executive, parliament, the bar, and so on and so forth. So we celebrate the fact that we have survived famine, because we are in tough economic times. We are facing even threats from our erstwhile friends, including sanctions, withdrawal of vital funds. But we are here. We survived last year. And we are now making a vow that we shall also survive this year which we are opening. During the New Yam Festival, yams are offered to the gods before being distributed to the villagers. Usually the ritual is performed either by the oldest man, the king, or an eminent title holder. Your Excellency, today, you hold the most eminent title, and that's why you have come to preside over our format of the new Yam Festival. Of course, soon thereafter, there will be a celebration which has been dubbed the Sherry Party. Naturally, because of the need to reflect, people talk about shortfalls, shortcomings also, and new ambitions are declared. During my speech at the 25th Annual Judges Conference, I stated, and I repeat, that the judiciary is judged by a higher standard than all the other branches of the government. I know that the president is referred to as His Excellency, and so is the vice president. And I'm sure those who are teachers here will testify that to have the word excellent written on your exam paper means you have scored something like 97% and above. But because we are politicians, somehow people are more tolerant of our follies and foibles. But with the judiciary, there is a total intolerance. You are almost in the position of Caesar's wife. You know the story. Cantankerous young man called Publius decided to invade a space which was reserved for women, and he dressed up like a woman in order to seduce Pompeia, Caesar's wife. The rumor, of course, reached Caesar. Nothing really happened. The man failed in his efforts to seduce Caesar's wife. But still Caesar went ahead and divorced Pompeia. And when he was asked why, you know that there was really no adultery, and your wife definitely had no part in whatever went on. And then he said, Caesar's wife must be above suspicion. My lord, you in the judiciary, even suspicion amounts to condemnation, unfortunately, and there's nothing you can do about it. So today, we pledge to continue explaining to the citizens of Uganda that ultimately we are really fingers of the same hand. There are complaints about the backlog, our judgments out on time. There are complaints about lack of professionalism among the lawyers. I think the president of the Uganda Law Society knew we were going to talk about it. He must have peeped into our speeches, both mine and the Attorney General's speech. I saw my classmate, Frank Othembi, the director of Law Development Center. Really, by the way, Registrar, Chief Registrar, I have a lot of classmates here. If I were to name them, you would be very humble. I could even name the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice. No, truly, we are classmates in the Masters in Dispute Resolution. Of Pepperdine University. That is true. So I will spare you the embarrassment. To my friend Frank Othembi, the seeds of professionalism must be planted at the law school. By the time you are appointed a magistrate or a judge or a justice in the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court, it's really too late. Either if the wrong seeds were planted, then they will germinate as weeds in the judiciary. And we have seen some germinating. The other day I was complaining about a garnishee order against a dead person. We have tried to experiment. Sometimes we think the answer is more judicial officers. Obviously, we need them. Sometimes we think the answer is specialized courts. Now there's a call for environmental court, allegedly to save wetlands. Sometimes we have frivolous case filings, sloppy advocacy, even dishonest pleadings. There is underrepresentation of the poor. At the Ministry of Justice, the learned Attorney General and I are trying to find out what to do about legal aid. Our international partners are pushing us to mainstream legal aid, but they are fond of pushing you to the ocean and then they abandon you. So we are determining how to cut our cloth, our coat, according to our cloth. We have to balance money making versus making a difference. The cost of justice, the quality of representation, the time it takes to resolve legal disputes, and even the quality of decision making, and the ethics of advocacy itself. So, to the bar, and by the way, I'm also a member of the bar. Unfortunately, when you join politics as early as I did, people forget that you went to school. Mr. President of the Law Society, lawyers should not just be taught how to argue and win in court. To me, the most important skill a good lawyer should have is how to decide whether to go to court in the first place. And that brings me to the Chief Justice's pet project, and also the pet project of the President of Uganda. In a speech delivered by Her Excellency the Vice President, the President endorsed fully a commitment of the judiciary and the government to focus on alternative dispute resolution. It is important that we should go beyond litigation. My call is therefore that alternative dispute resolution deserves attention, especially in legal education. The Law Development Center for long resisted including alternative dispute resolution in its curriculum. I understand Justice Kiriabwire, having got the position to chair the Committee on Legal Education there, almost had to demand with menaces that ADR should be taught at the Law Development Center. Some lawyers think ADR is bad for business because people who are not quarreling definitely don't pay lawyers. I do believe that ADR will increasingly become a factor in dispute resolution because it gives us options to settle some, not all, disputes outside the traditional forms of adjudication. Therefore, law schools have to broaden their horizon. I believe even the Attorney General's chambers will find that many disputes can be resolved cheaply. So I want to promise that we will be taking to Cabinet soon the final copy of the National ADR policy, and I do believe that it will be followed with an act of parliament. Now that the institution known as CADA is being rationalized, so the Ministry of Justice will then have to house an office for ADR to implement the regulations and also to provide guidelines for ADR practice. That is the least we can do so that your lordships and your worships can now focus on real cases, not dealing with these technicalities that many lawyers use to clog the court system. There was a breath of fresh air, Your Excellency, in the conference which you opened. It showed that the judiciary is on the offensive. Enemies of the rule of law and enemies of efficiency in the courts are still there, but I want to testify that they are on the run, and that is a good thing. My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, with those many words, it's now my honor to welcome you to address us. My Lord.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, Honorable Justice Chanrech Madut Payne Paul, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Republic of South Sudan, my Lord, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the learned Attorney General, Head of the Legal Bar, the Honorable Principal Judge, my Lords, the Honorable Justices and Judges of the Ugandan Courts of Judicature, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, and other members of the Diplomatic Corps, the heads of government departments, agencies, statutory bodies, as were named by the Chief Registrar, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Judiciary, Your Worship the Chief Registrar, the President of the Ugandan Law Society, and distinguished members of the bar, Your Worships, the registrars and magistrates, the judiciary administration and support staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to the launch of the law year 2024. We appreciate that in 1 week, in a space of 4 days, you've been with the judiciary as manifestation of what the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, spoke about, the need for cohesion within the three arms of government without in any way losing the constitutionally provided for separation of powers and with regard to the judiciary, non-interference with the judiciary in the execution of judicial work. Allow me to congratulate once again the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda under the leadership of His Excellency the President for the successful hosting of G77 plus China and the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, which was successfully done a few weeks ago. I take this opportunity to give special recognition to three distinguished Chief Justices of our court, Ugandan Courts of Judicature, who are with us today for this special occasion, namely Chief Justice Samuel Wako Wambuzi, Chief Justice Benjamin Jess Odoke. Here they wrongly pronounce it Odochi. It is Odoke. I say so because it is a Luo name, so I speak with authority. And then my immediate predecessor in office, Chief Justice Bart Magonda Katurebe. My lords, I would like to apologize that the three of you who have religiously maintained your link with the judiciary family are here on our invitation for what should have been a twin occasion of the annual ritual of launching the new year, the new law year, and then the commissioning of the Twin Towers, which were in the first place, and I want the people of Uganda to know this, the vigorous and robust quest for the home for the appellate courts was the brainchild of Chief Justice Samuel Wako Wambuzi, who is here with us. He handed over the mantle of Chief Justice Benjamin Jess Odoke, who went a step further and ensured there were designs, architectural designs for the construction of these appellate courts. And then he handed over the mantle to Chief Justice Bart Magonda Katurebe, who again turned the other corner, heading now to the 100-meter stretch. and ensured that funds were provided by the Treasury with the direct intervention of the President of Uganda. And we broke the ground here where the Court of Appeal stands on the 3rd of December 2019, just before he retired. He then left me with the unenviable burden of ensuring that the structure stood up. I leave it to other people to determine whether I gave meaning to the struggle by my predecessors or not. My lords, my chief justices, your names will always be etched in the annals of the Ugandan judiciary for this tremendous work whose evidence, whose exhibit is here for everyone to see. I also recognize Deputy Chief Justice Stephen Kavuma, who is here, and as was pointed out, was with us the whole of the duration of the annual Judges Conference, not only this year. It has been very much in character for him. This year is only one of them. My Lord, we thank you. I also recognize with appreciation Principal Judge Dr. Yorokamo Bamuine, who has not only been with the judiciary during annual Judges Conference, but he has become a permanent feature in the workings of the Ugandan judiciary. He has been a resource person, the latest being attending training as one of the resource persons for mediation, which we intend to pursue robustly in the judiciary of Uganda. My Lord, we recognize you with appreciation. Then I recognize Vice President Honorable Sekande, who is here with us, a distinguished member of the legal bar himself, for honoring us today by your presence, Your Excellency. We have here with us my brother, in many ways, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Justice Chan Reg Madut Pinpol, who is here. My brother, maybe you... What I want Ugandans to know our history, our colonial history might have been different. In fact, the first country to colonize part of Uganda was not Britain, was not any other country, it was Egypt, which colonized part of Uganda up to the Nile at Karuma. And it is possible they would have come up to Lake Victoria, except for Kabalega, who checked Governor Samuel Becker at the Battle of Masindi 1872 and stopped the expansion of Egypt. So Chief Justice of Southern Sudan and I would have been in the Equatorial Province of Egypt, because the greater part of South Sudan and us were in the Equatorial Province of Egypt under the governorship of Samuel Baker, Gordon, who was executed by the Mahadis, and then Emin Pasha. A hotel in his name stands somewhere in Nakasero here. I want to thank my brother for unfailingly standing with us whenever is invited to any function the judiciary of Uganda is hosting. He's come here numerous, almost countless number of times. Unfortunately, I have not yet reciprocated, but there is still time. I thank every one of us in this country, in the justice, law and justice fraternity, for completing the year 2023 and commencing the new year 2024. We beseech the Lord God that allows us to perform His purpose on earth for the duration of this year and to see us cross into the coming year. Unfortunately, we are here today, but in the course of the year, the preceding calendar year, immediate preceding calendar year, we lost members of our family. The fallen members are as follows: Honorable Justice Kenneth Kakuru of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Lady Justice Stella Arach Amoko of the Supreme Court, and then Her Worship Ahanyo Margaret. These judicial officers fell in the course of the year 2023. Prayers have been conducted to honor their service to humanity and to beseech the Lord God to take them in His presence for eternity. But because this is a forum today, bringing all of us, the judiciary family, members of the legal bar, and our friends, it is in order, I believe, to observe a moment of silence in prayer for the souls of our departed sisters and brothers. May the Lord God receive their individual souls into eternal glory with Him. Now, we are today celebrating, and as I said before, a ritual known as the New Law Year. This celebration marks the commencement of the new year. It affords us the opportunity to chart the path for the duration of the year. What we intend to do, how we intend to do, but this is only possible when we audit the immediate preceding year. It is this that informs our course of action. It is this breaking down what we did, what we failed to do, what we ought to have done, which we did not, the impediments or challenges we met along the way, where we succeeded, how we can build on that success, where we did not succeed, an examination of why we did not, and what needs to be done, including doing it differently, so that we can achieve the purpose for which we hold the judicial offices that are bestowed upon us. The judiciary has since the 1995 Constitution, which brought a new dispensation, embarked on bringing the judiciary to accord with the new dispensation. Then there was the Administration of Judiciary Act of 2020, which gave meaning to the Constitution, but also gave new impetus on what needs to be done to ensure that the judiciary of Uganda performs the task for which the people of Uganda conferred them with the power that vests in the people. Now, for the year 2023, in pursuit of the transformation of the judiciary, the Twin Towers, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court construction was completed. They are now ready for commissioning by His Excellency the President of the Republic, who has assured the judiciary that he will do it actually sooner, much sooner than later. And I would like to say here that my senior Chief Justices will please honor us with their presence on that occasion because of what contribution each one of you made to ensure that this Kampala landmark is a reality. In the year 2023, and by the way, following my plea on this very ground in 2021 on new law year launch, when I spoke to the President directly, and I remember His Excellency abandoned his written speech the way the Honorable Minister was speaking about his, I was very particular that you cannot have a judiciary operating on a budget that equates with the budget of a department, not even a ministry, in other governmental institutions. The need to enhance the judiciary budget, gave my reasons. The need to reach the justice seekers. I gave him my personal example. My village is 160 kilometers from Gulu, where one can find the High Court. In a situation like that, a society that is poverty-ridden, these are impediments, these are hurdles to access to justice. It means the courts of law, or what we call justice, is for the able, for the rich, for the well-placed. Because the poor person will never be able, first of all, to transport 5 witnesses that distance. A peasant who's fighting over 10 acres with Honorable Mao would not be able to take those witnesses may be able to take once. But because for 3, 4, 5 years, the case cannot take off for one or other reason, the only judge is not available, the judge is sick, the case is number 8 on the cause list, and when they call it at 4 p.m. when the judge is done for, and then it is adjourned for 6 months. That's the only available date in the judge's diary. 3, 4, 5 times, the peasant litigant is not able to come with witnesses, and at times not even able to bring themselves to court. In the end, the well-placed gets justice, not substantive justice at all, but failing because of that default. The president responded, and in the following financial year, the budget of the judiciary was virtually doubled from 198, 99 to 300 plus. Now, I bring this because it has directly had effect, visible impact on the operations of our courts. We have been able to make massive recruitment of judicial officers, especially at the magisterial level. We used to recruit 10 magistrates, 12. If we reached 15, we would celebrate. At one instance, we recruited about 95 at one go, magistrates grade 1. Just one instance. And then it has been a repeat experience for quite some time. And because of this, we've been able to litter the countryside, literally litter the countryside. Some places where they've never seen judicial officers, we've been able to send magistrates grade 1. Where a chief magistrate used to look after 4 other magisterial areas, we've been able to now feed in the traditional, the former magisterial areas now have a chief magistrate. What's the consequence of this, Your Excellency? In the performance for the year 2023, magistrates grade 1 completed the highest number of cases, 133,191 cases. Now, being a lay person, I need to explain to you, Your Excellency, a case is completed when judgment or ruling has been delivered. So when we say completed, meaning the judicial officer is done with, the file has been put aside elsewhere. Then the chief magistrates completed 36,190 cases. Now, this performance directly correlates with the staffing levels at the respective individual ranks. Because we now have 270 grade 1 magistrates, followed by 82 chief magistrates, and a handful of magistrates grade 1, grade 3, grade 2 rather. So this robust performance by the magisterial courts it's not been shared by the High Court. The High Court performance is much less. Case backlog, in other words, cases which have not been completed within 2 years, are much higher in the High Court than in any other court, because the demands are overwhelming the judicial officers. It is therefore our plea that you take this to His Excellency the President, share with him, with the Minister of Finance, that as has been proven by the magisterial court's performance, the solution begins first and foremost with the requisite judicial officers to handle the challenges of adjudication at every level. Then these judicial officers will be supported by necessary tools, IT, innovations, training, inspectorate. But first of all, you need the judicial officers. We are now a population approaching 50 million. I've said this: if the judicial officers that have been approved, the structure that has been approved by Parliament, were achieved, where we can have 150 High Court judges, we can have the 35 Court of Appeal justices, and we operationalize Mbarara, Gulu, followed by Mbale, as it is our intention to do, in addition to Kampala. There's no reason why anyone should wait for 2 years, 3 years for an appeal to be heard. There's no reason, if we have grade 1 magistrates in every constituency, if we have chief magistrates in every district, and then a minimum of 2 High Court judges in all the 38 circuits that are now in place, there is absolutely no way that a judicial officer can start on a matter and fail to complete that matter within 1 calendar year. The matter is filed today. The matter should be completed from filing to putting the file away within 12 months. It is possible. It is where the Ugandan taxpayer should be invested, because the people are crying out there for justice. A study carried out just a couple of years or so ago produced a very worrying situation. Less than 5% of Ugandans access courts of justice. Less than 5%. And much less, Mr. President of Uganda Law Society, much less than that, about 2 or less than 2%, have the services of professional lawyers. One of the ways of dealing with this is to take justice service not nearer to the people, but to the people. I would love to see that people walk to the magistrate grade 1 court. It is possible. In my district, I speak because I know it like my palm. Before we created a second magistrates court, some people had to travel as far as 70 kilometers to reach a magistrate grade 1 court. The district is big, 4,000 square kilometers. It's almost like you have a magistrate grade 1 court here, and somebody travels close to Jinja, travels well beyond Lugazi to get a magistrate grade 1 court. So these are the battles we've been fighting. These are the challenges we've had to deal with. We've reduced those challenges where we can, as I've indicated. We made our people feel the need to go to court. Where the magistrates' courts could handle 30,000 cases in a year, now we are talking of a record of 133,000. So, Your Excellency, that's the way to go. And we intend to continue with the recruitment of magistrates until every constituency has at least one magistrate grade 1. Every district has a chief magistrate, and clusters of districts have a high court. The Court of Appeal is taken to the people. We've identified, as you can recall, 8 places where the Court of Appeal should be located in this country. But we want to start with 2, and immediately, funds permitting, immediately followed by Mbale. And for this, I will repeat this when His Excellency the President comes to commission. Our plea is that money that has been, over the years, put in our budget, which was used for the construction of the Twin Towers, should remain in our budget, plus more, so that we can continue with constructions of court premises. Your Excellency, there is a monster called backlog. Backlog begins from cases that have stayed without being handled, without being completed, in excess of 2 years. It is a global phenomenon. It's not peculiar. With a robust plan to adopt, embrace, and pursue seriously alternative dispute resolution process in the judiciary in support of the dispute resolution mode which we are taught at school. And for this I've said, it is even a misnomer to call this alternative dispute resolution, to call the African traditional justice mechanism or process alternative. That is the original dispute resolution mechanism, and the one that was imposed on us from 1902 when the order in council was issued with regard to Uganda is the alternative. The adversarial mode of dispute resolution is actually the real alternative dispute resolution mechanism. So we intend to pursue. The Honorable Minister pointed out to you that he has been a classmate of mine, not at the university because he was 10 years after me at the university. But we've been pursuing a master's in dispute resolution where, Your Excellency, the Chief Justice of Uganda, the current one who is serving, was the chief student. He lost his title of Chief Justice and became chief student. The Deputy Chief Justice became Deputy Chief Student. And a number of judicial officers and non-judicial officers, but all from the legal fraternity. The Solicitor General, the Honorable Minister, members of JLO's administration of justice sector. We've completed this and will be graduating this March. I hope it is the last time I put on a graduation gown. But this, we formed the nucleus together with a team headed by Principal Judge Dr. Yorokamo Bamwine to hit the alternative dispute resolution ground running, to ensure that in addition to the one we were taught at school, we reintroduce, we re-engineer the mode of dispute resolution which is familiar to the Africans. The one which is actually being practiced informally by 95% of Ugandans, the ones who do not come to court. So we now want to penetrate that and see how we can formalize it. So the year 2024 will see a robust participation in that regard. We are also holding, in this year 2024, in this regard, a summit of Chief Justices of Africa on how to re-engineer what is wrongly called as alternative dispute resolution process mechanism in the whole of Africa. How we can influence governments to come up with legislation, policy, on how this can be done so that we give our people real justice, the type of justice that brings harmony, the type of justice that promotes reconciliation, the type of justice which is not a winner takes all, but a win-win resolution. This will be in Kampala, Uganda, 5th to 6th of March. Many Chief Justices have confirmed attendance, and we believe it will enable Uganda to be a pivotal center for this process for the whole of Africa. We will continue the pursuit of plea bargaining, which has rooted itself in the criminal justice process in this country. We are bettering it, we're improving it every day. We're learning from experience. And the plea bargaining has actually transformed the criminal justice system. The Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons is here. The Commissioner General was with us, presented a paper only yesterday, and he proudly said, now we have more convicts in prison than remand prisoners. And part of the contribution to this is plea bargaining, where an accused person searches his or her soul and say, look, I own up, and then they negotiate on what type of punishment. And in this, the complainant, the aggrieved party, has a role. Directly say, look, what do you say about this? And so on and so forth. We will continue with the small claims procedure courts, simplified way of people making claims within the 10 million mark, Simple process. And it has yielded enormous results in the performance of our courts. We continue, and cautiously we are expanding ECMIS. ECMIS is the use of electronic process in adjudication, automated recording, automated filing. Now, a litigant who can use ECMIS, you can now file a suit 24 hours. In the past, you had to come between 9 and 5. If you came at 6, or if you came at 5:01, technically you could not file. Now you can file from your bedroom. We intend to expand this cautiously while we learn from the experience of what we've done elsewhere. So we're expanding it. Then we continue to expand the use of technology. Only last year, the UNDP, we thank the UNDP, my friend who has now left the country for Nigeria. A total of 5 sets of video conferencing systems were installed at the Court of Appeal and the High Court under the Government of Uganda funding. With support from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, video conferencing systems were installed at Mbale, Jinja, and Gulu High Court circuits, including the main prisons. We look forward to that day when it is possible for a witness testifying from a nearby court for a matter which is being done 200 kilometers away, or even much further, testify, or a litigant or a witness is outside the country, and this is done through video conferencing. Court recording and transcription systems. In the immediate past year, a total of 5 sets of court recording and transcription were installed at Luwero, Moroto, Iganga, Hoima, and Tororo High Court circuits. When, my lords, when we used to appear before Chief Justice Wambuzi, he had to be both the judge, presiding judge, but he was also the stenographer in court. At times he has to sit down and write. You want to submit, and he's telling you, just hold on, because he has to note something important. He also has to study the demeanor of the witness. So it will take maybe 5 hours to finish with a witness. Examination in chief, cross-examination, and re-examination. My lord, now, in 6 hours, we can hear 4 witnesses. Because now we sit and swing in our chair trying to understand what the witness is saying, thanks to technology. And we thank you. Our predecessors are the ones who fought for all these things. We are beneficiaries of your endeavors, and we are under duty to recognize this. We will extend and upgrade the judiciary ICT backbone, continue to do it. It has been done. Now we cover Chiboga, Chief Magistrate's Court, Kayunga, Lugazi, Sironko, Apach, Kotido, Bugiri, Bulisa, Bundibujo, Patongo. I come from Patongo, my Lord Chief Justice. Kiruhura, Nsangi, Mayuge, City Hall, Kasangati, Chanika, and many other places. We intend to expand with a view to covering all the courts of judicature. To give effect to the administration of the Judiciary Act of 2020, and the administration of Judiciary Act was actually a gift given to my lord, my immediate predecessor in office. I think it was signed one day to your retirement. It was signed today, and then the following day, Chief Justice Katurebe went home. So it was a gift to him. It was one of those things he really fought for. It was a gift to him. My lord, to give effect to what you fought for, I have not failed you. I have since issued statutory instruments that have been gazetted. The administration of the Judiciary Inspectorate of Courts Regulations of 2023. Now, the transformation we brought with regard to inspectorate is that inspectorate is not going to be a headquarters thing. It's not going to be a Kampala thing. We are going to decentralize inspectorate. We are going to empower chief magistrates to meaningfully be inspectors of their courts, and so that every judicial officer, wherever they are, what stations they are in, feel that someone is breathing on their neck from behind, so that when they do their work, they know that there is accountability at every stage and all the time. The other instrument is the administration of the judiciary establishment of committees regulation, also of 2023. The judicature designation of high court circuits, which has now brought the high courts to 38 circuits. The administration of the Judiciary Inspectorate of Courts Regulations. The magistrates' courts, magisterial areas instrument, the one which determines that every district is a magisterial area. Operationalization of more high court circuits and magisterial areas. My lords, now if someone steals your goat or someone fights with you over land, you're most likely going to have a high court within 30 kilometers of your home. As you retire, you should not be bothered to travel very far. So we have, for example, Wakiso, because Wakiso district, the last census, it had a population of 2 million people, and all of them are served by the High Court divisions in Kampala. The transformation we have made is that there are 2 High Court circuits in Wakiso alone. One in Entebbe municipality, another at the Wakiso district headquarters. So if Your Excellency, if you hearken to our plea and you give us the requisite numbers of High Court judges, all these areas should have those judges, and our people feel the presence of the judiciary in their areas. I'm also glad to recognize and appreciate the appointment by His Excellency of additional judicial officers. For the Supreme Court, Lady Justice Catherine Bamugemerere and Lady Justice Monica Kalijira Mugenyi were elevated from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, and we're waiting for their instrument so that they can boost the operations of the court, which they have most deservingly been elevated to. For the Court of Appeal, Lady Justice Margaret Tibulia, Justice Moses Kaumi Kazibwe, Justice Dr. Asa Mugenyi, have been, two have been elevated from the High Court, one has been appointed from outside the traditional judiciary, and we congratulate them. We believe they'll come with new stamina and help boost the operations of the Court of Appeal. Then we have Worship Stella Atingu and Worship John Paul Edoko have been appointed as acting registrars. Again, congratulations. Special assignment have been given to a number of judicial officers. Honorable Justice Stephen Musota is now the Chief Inspector of Courts and a member of the Judiciary Council provided for in the Administration of Judiciary Act. Lady Justice Elizabeth Musoke replaces the late Lady Justice Stella Arach as representative of the judiciary to the Judicial Service Commission. A very demanding and critical responsibility. I'm also glad to inform this sitting and the people of Uganda that our very own Lady Justice Lydia Mugambe was appointed the judge of the United Nations Residual Mechanism of International Criminal Tribunals. Only the other day, Honorable Justice Julia Sebutinde was elected the Vice President of the International Court of Justice for 3 years. A few days before, she was a dissenting judge in a matter that was before the court, and I saw all sorts of people attempting to roast her for her judicial decision. Now, to prove them wrong, she's been elevated notwithstanding her dissent. Because that's the sole purpose of judicial independence. You pronounce yourself depending on your understanding of the law and the facts of the case. And it is plainly wrong for anyone to seek to roast West Hill in the media, not even in an argued journal or article, but just by use of loose talk, even saying she had failed Uganda. Uganda is not sitting in the International Court of Justice. Lady Justice Julia Sebutinde, a Ugandan, yes, sits in our own right. We congratulate them for the trust that has been vested in them. Uganda hosted international conferences and also the Chief Justice attended a number of them. The Chief Justice attended one on regional symposium on greening judiciaries in Africa, which was in Nairobi, Kenya. Uganda hosted a delegation from the Zambian judiciary. They came to understudy Uganda best practices on development of a handbook for management of gender-based violence cases. A delegation from the judiciary in Malawi also visited us to understudy us, benchmark on anti-corruption division on the adjudication of economic crimes. From the 4th to the 8th of December last year, The 20th East African Magistrates and Judges Conference, IMJA, as it is acronymed, took place in Uganda here at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Your Excellency, you represented the President and opened the conference. And called on the judiciaries of East Africa to fight corruption and build public trust. Now, all this is evidence. All this is evidence that Ugandan is held with recognition and respect in the little we've done. We're now being understudied on how to fight anti-corruption. We're now being understudied on how to develop handbook for this or that. Members of the East African Community magistrates and judges are comfortable attending conferences here. And as I said, my brother has always been with us. I want to thank the government of Uganda and members of the Ugandan judiciary for this. "2023 was not without its challenges. The first one, which I've already talked about, is the budgetary provision. The President gave us a promise in 2021 that we would ensure that the judiciary budget hits 800 billion shillings in the medium term. Your Excellency, we are now approaching the long term. We are nowhere near 800 billion shillings. Our strategic plan is due to expire in the financial year 2024/2025. My exit as Chief Justice is not far away. And seeing from my elder brothers, I think there is something in retirement. And I can't wait, my lords, I can't wait to be where you are. But our plea is, we are very clear, as the judiciary of Uganda, we are very clear on what needs to be done to make a difference. And I've said this, I'll reiterate it, I'll continue saying it. The judiciary is not a consuming institution. It's not just a consuming, it's not like a rubbish pit where you just throw and it swallows all the rubbish. The judiciary has strategic importance. One, the intangible is that we contribute to the peace and stability of this country. One does not realize that the judiciary makes that massive contribution. When the judiciary is effective, when it can resolve disputes with expedition, it means money is not tied away in dispute. Money is released. The trillions of Uganda shillings locked up in the commercial division alone, leave alone the other high court circuits. If they were freed, if the owners could use those monies freely, they would make a difference, because those activities would be taxed and our treasury would be the better for it. When we resolve land disputes immediately, instead of imposing injunctions, then that land is up for economic activity, sale, planting of crops, name it. And that is a boost to the economy. So when we ask for 800 billion, That is money which we can actually provide to the government, plus more each year when you give us the tools, the personnel, the tools which we've been asking for. It is, as I've said before, meaningful recruitment of judicial officers that we can reach our people, we can fight case backlog, and so on and so forth. So our priority for the year 2024, we will have these Twin Towers soon, the President has assured me, commissioned. But when we have our home, it's also going to be a challenge to all of us, what the Ugandan taxpayer has done. Because these Twin Towers was built by Ugandans, not by donor fund. What are we going to do as judicial officers? What impetus? How do we feel? We will search our individual souls, we'll challenge ourselves, we'll rededicate ourselves to say thank you to the people of this country, the justice seekers in this country. We will also complete this year the construction of the Soroti and Rukungiri High Court buildings, Aleb Tong, Budaka, Liantonde Chief Magistrate Court buildings, Abim, Patongo, Karenga Magistrate Grade 1 Court buildings, we will also start this year the construction of new courts and institutional houses at Mbarara and Gulu Court of Appeal buildings, Phase 1. Tororo, Hoima, and PG High Court buildings, Phase 1. Bunyangabo, Amolata, Nyarushanje, Bubulo, and Rakai Chief Magistrates Courts, Phase 1. Busembatia, Katine, and Aduare Magistrate Grade 1 Courts, Phase 2. Institutional houses at Moyo, Karenga, Bukwo, and Buwejo districts. We're getting back to institutional houses, having learned from our experience. We'll renovate old and dilapidated court buildings, High Court building, Kampala, it is already ongoing, Arua High Court, Chief Magistrates Courts of Bushenyi, Kalangala, Kabale, Bundibujo, Busia, and Apache. Magistrate Grade 1 Courts of Koboko and Paida. We will procure more transport equipment for judicial officers. 74 vehicles for judicial officers. 3 vehicles will be procured for field supervision. 1 minibus for group movements. 2 boats will be procured for courts in highland areas of Buvuma and Kalangala. 50 motorcycles will be procured to process service for courts. Let me also seize this opportunity, Your Excellency. We were with you on the NRM Day in Jinja when His Excellency, the President, most generously decided to allocate the electric bus that was handed over to him by the Ugandan manufacturers to the judiciary. We want to thank him. We will use this bus. The judiciary needs, as needed, such a means of transport for its personnel, and to know that we are the first institution to benefit from this type of bus. We have every reason to hail His Excellency for that decision. We will also provide alternative source of power to courts in remote areas where electricity grid is not, has not reached there, or is not reliable. So we will install solar systems in 12 courts, including Kaberamaido, Nebi, Nakaseke, Kole, Nabweru, Bukedia, Busia, Pahida, Mitiana, Namayingo, Kamwenge, and Buejo. We'll also provide furniture, 6 high courts in the civil and land divisions, anti-corruption, international crimes, Mbarara and Gulu high courts. We intend to get 12 new justices, 5 registrars, and 27 magistrates' courts. We'll continue to acquire land for the construction of courts. And let me report this, Your Excellency, as clear evidence of the people's desire to have courts within them or near to them. The local governments in this country have complemented the work of the judiciary in virtually all the places that we go to and say, look, we'd like to bring a court building here. The districts, and in some cases the sub-counties, have given us land free as their contribution. It's now becoming a tradition. This is good, and we always move to ensure that these lands are registered in the name of Uganda Land Commission as the law requires, but we put a caveat that for the judiciary as the user institution. We will continue to enhance the use of ICT. So in this year we will implement the following. We are developing a judgment writing tool which helps the judicial officer to easily access researched material and really make the work easier. Something you do for 1 month, you probably do for 1 week or less. As I said, we'll roll out ECMIS to more court stations, and we'll sensitize the public about ECMIS. Thank you. We'll extend the local-wide area network further to cover more courts. We're coming out with rules to govern electronic filing, service, and virtual proceedings, so that these are guided by law. And as I said earlier, we're beginning on a robust alternative dispute resolution regime to support, supplement, or even overtake, and I would be happy if it is the last one, the traditional justice mechanism which we are familiar with. We're working on enhancement of the magistrates' courts jurisdiction. Soon we'll come up with that decision. Now, 2 things. Your Excellency, only recently, just a few days ago, 3 of our judicial officers have been honored. Earlier, Lady Justice Professor Lillian Tibatemwa Ekirikubinja, I think my lord is here. Would you like to stand up? Now, people pride themselves with their classmates. She was my classmate at law school. So that achievement is also mine, because I rubbed shoulders with her for 4 years, from Makerere to Law Center. And now we rub our shoulders every day, and she is the administrator of the Supreme Court, the one who does it on behalf of the Chief Justice. Then Honorable Justice Frederick Egondan Tende, who was granted a most deserving honorary doctorate award by Makerere University. I don't know if my lord is here. It's not, eh? Yeah. Then worship Dr. Gladys Nachibule, awarded a Doctor of Laws from Makerere University. We congratulate them. We join them as members of the judiciary family in the African tradition that the success of a member of the family or community is a success of that community. So it is ours. Then, let me say this. The matter raised by the President of Uganda Law Society and the learned Attorney General as head of the professional or legal bar. I don't normally deal with social media because you don't know what social media can come up with. I read those things, but whenever I read something in social media, until it is proven, I don't take it serious. The Luganda word for it is Lugambo. But having heard from the President of Uganda Law Society and from the head of the legal bar, let me say this. In my personal capacity and then as head of the judiciary, we believe in, we welcome and appreciate criticism. As a matter of fact, anyone who does not appreciate or accept criticism is headed for doom. But then criticism must be constructive, must be intended to help one realize that they could have done something differently. You can criticize me in my administration. You can walk to my chambers and tell me in my face, I will appreciate. I'll also give you my side of the case. You can write to me. You can buy a page in the newspaper and write your criticism on my administration. That is perfect. But you cannot abuse me and want me, this is me, and because I'm a judge, I take that crap. For me, as a Windolo, you abuse me, I will respond. For the simple reason that I don't keep grudges. When I respond, it ends there. Probably those who keep quiet keep grudges. For me, we deal with the matter and it ends there. Because you have no right to abuse me. But you have every right to constructively criticize me, and I actually realize, oh, I was in the wrong. And I will own up. If I'm in the wrong, I'll own up. That's how it should be. Now, for anyone who is still a member of the legal profession to attack a judicial officer, attack the person of a judicial officer, not once, not twice, a number of times, for a decision that judicial officer has made, it's a no-go area, way beyond the red line. And Mr. President, let me say this. Members of the legal bar are not traders. They are not commodity traders. They do not sell commodity. They are not business people. A member of the legal bar is first and foremost an officer of the court. And by reason of that, you now represent people who have disputes before the court, because you are primarily an officer of the court. And to bring the point home that you are not a businessman or businesswoman, you are not issued with a trading license. You are certified annually. The certification is not for life. You are certified annually when you've been audited, that indeed you are carrying out the purpose for which the other year you were issued with a certificate, to represent people in court, to serve people as a professional. I fail to understand how such a person can say, I am going to boycott a judiciary function because a judge made a decision I am aggrieved at. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Coming from the legal profession, I think, and I have discussed with the president of Uganda Law Society, we will have a bar bench conversation. And Mr. President, as we agreed, this conversation, which we are fully open, the judiciary is fully open, must take place before we go for our court open day celebration in Kololo on the 29th. We must have this conversation. I speak for the judiciary of Uganda. We are open. We will have that discussion. But let us have it in a disciplined manner. Not people going and, as has happened with the legal profession which you hate. It happened before you were president, where somebody has got the audacity to question the genitalia of judicial officers because of decisions they have made. What type of country are we building? What type of legal profession we are building? If there are issues, we can discuss them. And you'll be surprised. We might agree with you on all of them. But if you begin by attacking me, we're going to spend the entire daytime fighting, because I'll fire back, I will word of your insults, and by the time we should be talking, it is already dark. So my plea to my brothers and sisters in the legal profession, and I speak as someone who played my part as a practicing lawyer before I was made a judicial officer. Let us have decorum. Let us build the judiciary of Uganda. It is your marketplace. That's where you do your professional trade. Let us build it together. Let us respect one another. This is our country. I do not own this country more than the president of Uganda Law Society. Each Ugandan owns this country in equal moiety. Nobody owns it more than the other. The lowest peasant owns it together in equal moiety with the president, with the vice president, with the chief justice, speaker of parliament, name it. So let us not behave as if we can damage this country and run to another planet. We are here. We should be concerned with what contribution have we made, so that when we leave office or when we retire from life, we say, I have bequeathed to my children and my grandchildren a better Uganda than when I found it. You can't pride yourself that I destroyed the judiciary because you hate the Chief Justice. For every one of you who hates the Chief Justice, you should know there are hundreds of thousands of people who love him. For every one of you who abuses Justice Musa Sekana, you should know there are millions of Uganda who appreciate what he's doing. So my brothers and sisters, I appeal to you. Now supposing the judiciary say, okay, we are also going to boycott lawyers. Let litigants now appear by themselves. Where will we end? Where will we end? There is a saying that do not hold the tiger by the tail. There is something like that. But I give this assurance. The judiciary of Uganda, which I am privileged to head, will always render justice in accordance with the oath each one of us has taken. We will not be intimidated by any insult. In other words, we will never render justice out of fear. We'll never, because that's what we swore, that we will never do it out of fear. We'll do it without fear. No amount of barbs, no amount of insult, no amount of ridicule will make us fear to render justice the best way we think we should. We will not also favor anyone in our decisions. If your evidence falls within what the law provides, we will pronounce so, and will not be guided by affection. And finally, my brothers and sisters in the Uganda Law Society, we will not be guided by ill will. The fact that you bought a page in the Monitor or New Vision newspaper to insult the Chief Justice because he rendered a judgment you're not happy with, if you appear before the Chief Justice tomorrow, he will prove to you that he bears no ill will to you at all. Whatever he thinks about you, that will not go to his decision. And I believe my young brother Musa Sekana, if the fellows who questions the length of your genitals appears before you tomorrow, you'll give him justice. That's the only way you can fight back. Otherwise, you'll be the same with them. So, Mr. President, we are here. We are ready to talk with our brothers and sisters in the legal profession so that we can move forward together. We are not demigods, we are human beings. True, there are times when we fail, there are times when we falter, but there are better ways of sorting out for the good of the legal profession, for the good of justice delivery to our people. I thank you all. I thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President, for tolerating my long speech. And can I now invite Her Excellency? I can invite now. Oh, you want? Okay. Yeah. Your Excellency, it is now my singular honor to invite you to speak to these powerful legal minds and people associated with them. Thank you.
Your Lordship, Alphonse Owiny-Dollo, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, and Your Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Sudan, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Chief Justices Emeritus, the Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the learned Attorney General, Your Lordship, the Principal Judge, Your Lordships, the Justices and Judges of the Courts of Judicature, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, High Commissioners, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners in your respective capacities, the Honorable Members of Parliament, the chairpersons of the constitutional commissions, the permanent secretaries, Your Worships, the chief registrars, the religious leaders present. Let me also recognize in a special way my brother, my predecessor, His Excellency Edward Kiwanuka Sekandi. Thank you very much for attending this ceremony. All invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will also stand on the protocol that was established by the director of these ceremonies. I have here a message from the guest of honor who Your Lord the Chief Justice had invited, who is His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. And since it is written, my responsibility here is very simple: to articulate the written message to you, my Lord Chief Justice, and all the members of in the audience. Allow me, however, Chief Justice, to congratulate you and all the judiciary on the new year 2024. I would like to make a few comments over the messages which have been articulated before I read His Excellency the President's speech. Firstly, my Lord Chief Justice, is to assure you that your message that you have read here will reach His Excellency the President, and I, together with the Honorable Norbert Mao, together with the learned Attorney General, who sit in cabinet with His Excellency the President, will strongly support the message when it is turned into a cabinet memo. I know, as much as you know, my Lord, that His Excellency the President has been a strong supporter of the judiciary. The structure, my Lord, which you are talking about here, when the Attorney General presented it in cabinet, the structure of the judiciary, His Excellency the President himself came and summarized the discussion. He said that members of cabinet should appreciate the work the judiciary do across the country, and therefore they should understand that structure and support it. And he actually added that he had already discussed it with you. I would like, therefore, to make it very clear that government will continue supporting the judiciary. When I came here, I was welcomed by the Chief Justice and and the team, and I told him that today I am a civilian because I am in an environment where the dress code looks like the real one in the courts of law. And the Chief Justice told me that in his simple and humble voice told me that you can fit here very well because all the members of the judiciary are very welcoming. So I would like to thank you in the way with which you welcomed me. It is also the first time I attend this ceremony. I have been watching it in the news, but it's the first time in the TV because it's normally virtual. It is the first time I physically attended, and I must say that it is beautifully arranged and organized. It is the Attorney General who I think I will have an extra word later to ask him why he is not dressed like that in cabinet. And he just waits to surprise me when I come here to deliver the message of His Excellency the President. We'll talk about that aside. I would like to congratulate you, my Lord Chief Justice, on the completion of the Twin Towers, the Supreme Court, and the Court of Appeal. His Excellency the President had expected to come and perform these two duties today of commissioning the structures and also deliver the message to you. But he told me in the morning that I should present his message to you, then later he will find an appropriate time after discussing with His Lordship, the Chief Justice, and he will personally come to commission the new home for the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal. I congratulate also your predecessors because of the background you have given us on how far you came in ensuring that these structures are established up to the logical conclusion. I thank the PS, the Secretary to the Judiciary. I know it's not always very easy to handle such a task because it comes with some amount of money, and it is Maria Kiwanuka, the former Minister of Finance, who used to tell us that where there is money, you expect to attract all categories of people, some with good intentions and some with intentions which may not be necessarily good. So you must have had your ups and downs, but the good thing is that today we have seen very nice structures. I will go and report to His Excellency the President. Someone said that you need to be taken to train in diplomacy. Maybe the secretaries to the judiciary are similar in character, because there is a secretary to the judiciary emeritus called Dorcas Okalany. She would always come to my office. Actually, I learned about these structures when she was a secretary to the judiciary. She would come and say, why are we not given money? You see the designs are ready. And then I would ask her that, do you have the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs? And also the Attorney General and the Chief Justice? She would say, yes, I have all those. But I am allowed to extend my request to anyone who I think can strengthen our voice. So I want to thank her also, because to some extent, when she showed me those designs a long time ago, she came with big, huge papers. I also mentioned it to His Excellency the President, that somehow there is an outcry by the Secretary to the Judiciary. So collective effort and teamwork. We congratulate everybody who participated in the establishment of the new home for those respective courts. And I want to thank the President of the Uganda Law Society for physically being here today to see that government is making endeavors in ensuring that the judiciary have an enabling environment to do their work. Because when we have offices like this, it means that we are also providing them and enabling environment. The other environment which you may have meant, I want to refer to the message which His Lord the Chief Justice said, that it is very important for us to speak to each other. You can seek dialogue with the Chief Justice and the team. And I would also like to encourage you that should you feel uncomfortable with any message which you have seen from any authority, you can also seek dialogue with His Excellency the President, who has always listened to everybody and will be very willing to host you with your team and you discuss. Because there has already been said that all of us have good intentions for our country and we need to continue working together as a team to deliver services to all the people of Uganda. My Lord Chief Justice, let me now read the message to you and the audience of His Excellency the President. I thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for inviting me as the chief guest today at the opening of the new law year 2024. I would like to congratulate Your Lordship and all the justices and judges for successfully holding the 25th Annual Judges Conference under the theme, A People-Centered Approach to Justice. Thank you for choosing such an appropriate theme that reminds you all that judicial power is derived from the people, and it is those people, the wananchi, that you must focus on as you administer justice. I congratulate Your Lordship for successfully holding the East African Magistrates and Judges Association Conference in December 2023. It is important that more people continue to access justice easily and cheaply. Justice and peace create conditions of peace and stability. It gives our investors the confidence in our courts to handle all cases involving direct foreign investment here in Uganda, rather than going outside Uganda for arbitrations. Government will continue to support the judiciary towards the realization of your transformation agenda. We now have a total of 38 High Court circuits across the country from the initial 20, and we shall soon have Chief Magistrates Courts in every district and city, and a Magistrates Grade 1 in every county or constituency, and the regional courts of appeal in all parts of Uganda. The transformation agenda of the judiciary should be about taking services nearer to our people. Your Lordship, I am also aware of a number of innovative mechanisms the judiciary has introduced to tackle the issue of case backlog by introducing case management reforms such as mediation, plea bargaining, small claims procedure, and the use of information communications technology like electronic case management system. These are good interventions to ease access to justice by the wananchi and to promote harmony among the people. I am happy that through mediation, you are strengthening our traditional African justice mechanisms. Our justice methods are more acceptable, quick, and cheap. They give results that are reconciliatory and keep peaceful relationship among our people. I am glad that you will be hosting Alternative Dispute Resolution Summit of the Chief Justices of Africa here in March 2024. This is a good initiative for finding solutions to quicken the justice system processes. I would like to commend our judges for upholding the interests of our people. When the people come to the courts, they expect to get justice within a short period of time. They look at the courts as their last hope, and that's why the judges, the registrars, and magistrates have a noble role to play in ensuring that all Ugandans get justice. I would like to encourage judicial officers, the state attorneys, the police, the prison staff, advocates, among other stakeholders, to build capacity and acquire knowledge and skills in emerging sophisticated crimes arising from technological advancement and globalization of human activities. Such crimes include, but not limited to, the following: money laundering, terrorism financing, trafficking in persons, smuggling in wildlife and wildlife products. Lastly, I once again, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, and the entire judiciary, congratulate you upon the opening of the new year, the new law year 2024. I look forward to continue working with the judiciary and the legislature to serve our people for better livelihoods and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Vice President. Let us appreciate the message that has come from His Excellency the President and the one that has been ably delivered. Let us also appreciate the Honorable Chief Justice who gave us the state of the judiciary. My Lord, thank you very much. We also appreciate the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Honorable Mao. Thank you very much for your remarks. And you baptized Dr. Pius. I was sharing with him and he agreed that that name, Quinine, is suitable. So today he has become Dr. Pius Quinine Bigirimana. But he said while quinine is very bitter, and I was recalling how bitter it is, he reminded me that it cures malaria. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And Honorable Minister, I'm also becoming your OG, or I'm applying. Know why? I was told that you also didn't get the pronunciation of the AIGP Erasmus correct. So we shall attend the same school of language at Makerere. Next time we shall be here as OG and OB. Anyway, we are coming to the very end of our program. Your Excellency, there was an indication of the PSs who could benchmark from what judiciary is doing, and we were joined by one, that is Ms. Geraldine Sally, the PS of the Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives. You're very welcome. And just the last recognition, representing all the retired or retired judicial officers, today we are honored to have the Honorable Justice Paul Mugamba, the retired Justice of the Supreme Court. My Lord, it's always a pleasure to have you. Your Excellency, we are now at the tail end. We will be having the anthems, after which we will have a photo session. I now request all of us to rise up and have the anthems in reverse order. Thank you very much. That marks the end of the launch of the new lawyer 2024. We are now going to photo moments. PRO, please come and advise us on the photographs. Thereafter, we have the sherry party. Our different protocol officers will guide us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Registrar, Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Justice. We are going to have 4 photo moments, and I will request that protocol ushers you to where we are going to take the photos, and the high table will be joined by the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Principal Judge. The first photo moment, we would like to request the justices of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal to join and have the first photo moment. Thank you very much, justices of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal. Together, we shall have that photo moment. The second photo moment, I request this next group to prepare also immediately such that we are able to move fast enough. These are the former and the current national leaders we have amidst us.